we are at the brink of transformation. For far too long, we have been positioned as mere suppliers in the global market, exporting raw materials while importing finished goods. This narrative is changing. You and I are changing this narrative. We are awakening to our potentials, harnessing our strengths, and redefining our role in the global economy. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area seeks to create a single market for goods and services across Africa, fostering economic integration, boosting intra-Africa trade, and enhancing continent's competitiveness in the global market. Can you simply imagine Africa negotiating as a unit, trading as a unit? How strong we can be in the global market. Additionally, Goal 7 of the Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, seeks the realization of an Africa that is strong, resilient, and influential global player and partner. The AfTA, therefore, provides a needed vehicle to drive intra-Africa trade among African countries and the continent. The AfTA is at the heart of this transformation. By facilitating trade among African nations, AfTA empowers us to create a unified market to boost intra-Africa trade and reduce our dependence on external economies. This is not just about trade, it's about building sustainable industries, creating jobs, and fostering innovation across the borders. The AfTA, therefore, has the potential to position Africa as a vibrant and leading trade partner and destination in the world. I believe that the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement currently has what we call optional protocols. For example, we have the protocol in trade and investment, we have the protocol in intellectual property, and then we have the protocol in investment and innovation. Now, what is very, very important is that we do not have a protocol that creates a common corridor, trade corridor for Africa. And I believe this should be a challenge to all of us who are in the space, the innovation space, because I believe that beyond creating a common payment platform for the AfTA, we should be able to also create a common market. Just as we have like Alibaba's and all that, the AfTA should have a common market that is backed by innovation. If we are able to do this, I believe that we will be able to change the narrative in Africa. Then the final one is that we need to invest in infrastructure and in our technology. We shouldn't just be talking tech. We should be talking, government should be committed. The Accra Digital Center, the government should be committed to funding not only the digital center, but funding innovative ideas that will create that common corridor that we need as a people. Now, transitioning from suppliers to global power players will not only require significant investment in human capital development, but in capital infrastructure. According to the Africa Development Bank, Africa requires secure energy, efficient transport, reliable communication systems, resilient sanitation, and affordable housing, along with digital public infrastructure to connect businesses and improve government services. Latest estimates, including the one from the African Development Agency, suggest that Africa requires annual investment of about 170 billion US dollars to bridge the infrastructure gap. This therefore creates an urgent and conscious need to double our funding efforts through innovative means to ensure improved infrastructure investment. As we move forward, we must embrace collaboration and partnerships. Our diverse economies, from agriculture to technology, provide fertile ground for this growth. By investing in infrastructure, education, and technology, we can enhance our capabilities and elevate our status at the global stage. In conclusion, I wish to recommend that we take urgent steps to amend our Payment Systems and Services Act 2019, Act 987, to introduce new regimes to regulate modern trends such as cryptocurrencies and artificial intelligence. The passage of such legislative framework is necessary to better regulate our financial market as we work to transition from being local players to global players. The time to innovate and to boost Africa's industrial growth and technological capacity and to accelerate Africa's rapid development is now. Fellow Africans, as we stand at the precipice at this era, let us commit ourselves to the journey ahead. Together we can transform Africa from being mere suppliers to formidable global power players. Let this awakening be the dawn of a new chapter in our history, where Africa takes its rightful place in the world. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, and God bless you too, Honorable Member of Parliament. May I humbly ask you to remain on the stage. May I ask our Vice President of Heritage Lab, our Program Manager, Barbara. May I also ask our very important guest, you're all important, but there's very, very important guests from the first row, to join the Honorable Member of Parliament on the stage so that we can grab this photo and then he can leave. May I also ask the Arics Strategy Board to join up onto the stage, please. Arics Strategy Board, our speakers from yesterday as well, kindly do us the honors of joining our MP on stage. If I may kindly ask that the RISA team, are you here? RISA, please join us. And can I also have our friends from CSIR, GIZ, please join us on stage. Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable Member of Parliament, you are now free to go. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for allowing us to just borrow a bit of your time to take this photo. We'll just wait a few more seconds for everyone to settle, and then we will proceed with our next address. And now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to migrate to the conversation on driving research excellence for industrial transformation and national development. And this address will be given to us by the Deputy Director, CSIR. Please warmly welcome Professor Marian Quain. Everybody can see the screen, and how does it roll? How do I control the screen? So it's something we've been doing. When you come to the CSIR, where I've spent all of close to 30 years working in the CSIR, that is the core of our business. Okay, we're looking at excellence, we're looking at industry, we're looking at the country as a whole. Can I go to the next slide? So, we are the go-to place for innovations, for development. We look at the industry, we look at the environment, agriculture. We are big on agriculture. Some aspects of of health, we are big on it. So, we are the go-to place. Next slide, please. And we have played critical roles in some big-time national, sub-regional projects, and we have set the tone for excellence in driving all these innovations to for industrial development in the country. Next slide. So for our presence, our footprint is all over the country. Okay, and we have 13 institutions delivering on excellence in training, for industry developing all that we need as a country for industry, because we were established by an act. Our latest act is Act 521, and that is what has been driving the research ecosystem in the country. And we should know that innovation because that is the space where we can excel as a country. All the institutions and our mandate, which you can find on our website. So can you just go through we, over the years, have developed several crop varieties which are resilient, which are drought tolerant, with enhanced nutrition. So talking of the yellow maize, talking of the cassava, the orange fresh sweet potato, we have come up with all these varieties, and not just for Ghana, it's for the sub-region. Next slide. So rice varieties, we have a lot of rice varieties that we have churned out, and their yield potentials are very, very promising. If we pay attention to them, we don't have to import any rice into the country. And we don't stop there. I'm sure yesterday Professor Toto was here speaking to the post-harvest components. So this is from their output. Animals, we take care of the insects as well. Next one. And ensure that our ecosystem is resilient when it comes to post-harvest. Next slide, please. If you want to have a piggery in your backyard, you can do that, because our research has come out with the use of indigenous microorganisms which take off the stench that come up with having a piggery. So you can have a piggery in your backyard. If you're working on guinea fowl, the sex determination is critical. So we have the system that we easily detect the sex, and you can use it to grow your industry. Oil palm, coconut, we are big in that. If you have to set up oil palm, in fact, the hybrids of oil palm that Malaysia is using originated from Ghana. Next slide. So the hybrids, and we have accredited systems for seedling production, and we carry out all the training that are needed. Next slide. So this is more, and tomato, we are taking so much tomato from Burkina. A private man came, partnered with us, and also support from Korea. We now have very resilient tomato varieties that if we pay attention to them, we don't have to import any tomato from Burkina. Next slide. We don't stop there. We have the digital, electronic, ICT systems which ensure that our information is well documented, is being communicated. So we have the digital agriculture, electronic hub. Next slide. So the digital agriculture innovation hub, which takes, it's like a bridge between research and the farmer. And we also host the research extension farmer linkage committees, which ensure that we take the challenges from the farmers, use it to set our research agenda, and get back to the farmers with the aid of the extension officers. Next slide. So these are some of the outputs. We have even now they've come up with disease diagnostics, and if you want to establish the nutritional needs of your cropping, you can have that done. We are big on policy. So we've been in the space to develop policies for a lot of interventions in the country. Vaccine development, veterinary outlook, we are there. We are doing training on mushroom production, snail production, beekeeping. Next slide. And the Institute for Industrial Research under the CSIR also have a training center, a very innovative training center. They've even come up with panels that will serve the smallholder, the small businesses, and panels, solar-powered irrigation systems that we have churned out. Next slide. So they have systems that a barber can set up, a seamstress can set up, and you don't have to depend on the national grid. Next slide, please. The seed, we are all eating yams. We've come up with very robust, next slide, seed system for yam which did not exist. Next slide, please. And this system is very gender friendly. Can I get the next slide? Yeah, okay, so you have a lot of women and youth in that space of the yam seed system and cassava seed systems. Please go to the next slide. So we come up with what we call the cassava crayons, very like a pen or a pencil, but you plant it and it grows normally, and that's the innovations we are pushing. Sweet potato, we are in that space. Next slide. Plantains and bananas, we are also working on them. Next one. And we have very innovative, robust current systems that we are using. Next slide. The next one, please. So that now, with all that, we also have a graduate school. You see, the CSI graduate school, that the CCST, CSI College for Science and Technology, it's an innovative educational institution and college. We offer graduate programs. It is practical oriented, industry focused, based on the CSIR components. We have comparative advantage when it comes to gender, when it comes to policy. So that is what you will get with our graduate school. And where are we now? Okay, so the objective we have is to train students so that they will be able to address present and future challenges. We are looking at full sustainability. We are looking at having a balanced natural environment and all the needs in agriculture, food security, social well-being, every aspect of the well-being. We are looking at that at our college. So let's go to the next slide. And it's open to all. You don't, once you want to do a postgraduate, so these are the programs we are running now. We have plant breeding and biotechnology, food science and technology, soil health and environmental resources management, climate change and integrated natural resources management, and aquaculture. Actually, the first program, the second program, the food science, now has started a PhD program. Next slide. That aside, we have a tall list of capacity building interventions that we use to build on excellence for and can you, is it the first one? Okay. So this is a tall list. I don't think I will be able to read all, but the presentation is with Barbara. So talk of post-harvest, talk of soil management, good agronomic practices, robotics. Let's go through all the tables. And looking at the entrepreneurs. We are looking at the agriculture extension agents, the private sector, the smallholder farmer. We have capacity building that we can churn out for you. And if you are looking for excellence, if you are looking for advancement, this is what you are looking at. Please stay here for a while. So most of these interventions we are not able to move because we have not churned out policies to push them. So we offer training on to develop policy briefs and engagements that will influence decisions, training on baseline, midline, endline surveys, training on scoping and reporting. That's coming from STEPRI. So my lady here will be able to even push better than what I'm doing. Organization of workshops, stakeholder engagements and communications, and training on technology and impact survey. Okay, so we are doing all this in our space. Next slide, please. So I could go on and on and on. Now the take-home messages. We have 13 institutions. We cut across all aspects of the ecosystem in Ghana. Our footprint is nationwide. So if we are striving for excellence, we are the go-to place. We collaborate internationally within the sub-region. We train people from sub-region. In fact, now we've even licensed some crops to Gambia. And why not Ghana? Because Ghana will end up importing the seed. But if you pay attention to what we are doing, in fact, we will solve all our problems internally, and it will spill off to others. We develop tailor-made concepts. So depending on what you want, we can sit down with you and churn out how best to deliver. So we are looking at the situation where it's not only about us. Together we can drive research excellence for industrial development to transform our nation. So if we are looking at transformation in the next few months to the next few years, short-term, mid-term, long-term, and we don't pay attention to planning, to research, we will be planning to fail as a nation. So on that note, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Queen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This will be my first public address after assuming office. This is indeed an honor to me. I hope I I deliver to your expectations. Let me use this opportunity to thank the organizers of this program. As a government agency, as a government policymaker, we encourage more of such programs to drive innovations. Leveraging digital infrastructure to drive innovation and commercialization and startups growth in Africa. Distinguished ministers, colleague heads of government institutions, members of the diplomatic corps, distinguished members of the media present. Africa is brimming with innovation, yet much of it does not reach the market. Across the continent, startups and researchers are developing transformative solutions, but commercialization and market penetration is an uphill task to these innovators. Beyond great ideas, successful market entry requires a robust ecosystem, one that integrates capital, regulatory clarity, intellectual property protection, and market access alongside strong digital infrastructure. While digital infrastructure is not the sole determinant of commercialization, it is a critical enabler. Without reliable cloud systems, integrated market platforms, and seamless data networks, even the most promising innovations struggle to scale. Fragmented digital ecosystems, capital constraints, and limited pathways for research to market transitions continue to hinder Africa's ability to fully commercialize homegrown solutions. Building Africa's innovation economy demands more than ambition. It requires coordinated actions across multiple fronts. These multiple fronts include to bridge the funding gap bridge the funding gap for innovation commercializations, access to patent capital, structured funding for research commercialization, and de-risked investment models are essentials to help startups move beyond prototype and market entry scale. The second coordinated action is harmonizing cross-border digital trade and IP protection. Standardizing tax structures and digital regulations and intellectual property frameworks. This will make it easier for startups to scale beyond borders and attract investment and secure market opportunities. Strengthen industry academia partnerships. Encouraging collaborations between research and institutions and industry will streamline pathways for transaction. Encouraging collaboration between research, institutions, and industry will streamline pathways for translating research into market-ready solutions. This will ensure innovations and commercially viable platforms. And the last coordinated action is to enhance market access and industry integration. Commercialization is only successful when businesses can connect with buyers and secure contracts, integrate into global supply chains. Government agencies like us and development partners must create mechanisms that facilitate industry linkages. In conclusion, If Africa is to emerge as a global powerhouse for innovation-driven enterprises, we must address commercialization bottlenecks holistically, not just in digital infrastructure, but in finance, policy, market linkages. The next generation of African unicorns will not emerge by chance. They will rise from ecosystems that provide both the infrastructure and market pathways necessary for success. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for Mr. Jifa Gunu, Acting Director, Ghana Digital Centers. And now, ladies and gentlemen, coming up to speak to you and sharing some thoughts and his address is Mr. Yao Edujemfi, Chairperson of Ghana Hubs Network.
Good morning, everyone. Greetings from the nearly 80 innovation, business, and technology hubs across Ghana. We are excited to be a consortium member for this year's Arics Summit. And as a consortium member, we've had the chance to be part of the technical committee that has put this wonderful summit together. So that's something that we are very much excited about, and we are looking forward to next year when we do this even bigger. This morning, I want to just share a few insights with you on the role of innovation hubs in scaling industry uptake of innovation and research outcomes. Our innovation hubs spread across the 16 regions of Ghana provide maker spaces, they provide tinkering spaces for prototype development, they provide co-working spaces, they undertake hackathons that come out with solutions that are geared towards development, and also they're a key focus point for innovation development, market-driven innovations. We stress on market-driven innovations because there are different types of innovations. We are interested in the aspect of commercialization, aspect of the ones driven by the markets. We know that for decades, African researchers continue to produce world-class innovations in agriculture, in health, renewable energy, and digital technology. Yet, many of these breakthroughs remain confined to academic papers, laboratories, and conference discussions. Where is the missing link? For us, and for many in this room, we know that commercialization and industry uptake is the missing link. As the chairperson of the Ghana Hubs Network, I stand before you today to emphasize how innovation hubs can bridge this commercialization gap, moving research from the lab into markets, industry, and everyday life. So what's our role? Now, there are about 4 areas I would like to tackle on. One is connecting researchers with industry and investors. Hubs serve as a neutral platform where academia, businesses, and investors converge to develop viable commercialization pathways. An example is a university developing a biofertilizer, where the lack of funding may be an issue. And so what we do is that as a neutral platform, we converge for industry and academia connection. A hub can then step in to link the researchers with agribusinesses, investors, and pilot farms, ensuring the product reaches the market. 2, we provide market validation and business incubation. Research alone does not guarantee commercial success. and I think we all know that. Hubs help validate market needs, customer demand, and pricing models. Hubs, again, through their incubation and acceleration programs, support researchers in refining business models, assessing pilot customers, and securing seed funding. The third issue has to do with intellectual property and commercialization strategy. One of the major bottlenecks in research commercialization is the issue of IP protection and licensing. Through our expert pool, hubs can facilitate IP education, connect researchers with legal experts, and with companies. Fourth, we can also help de-risk innovation. This can be done through the commercialization journey where we know it's risky, and so hubs can co-develop solutions with governments, the private sector, and international partners to de-risk innovation through grant funding, policy incentives, and pilot programs. An example is the UK Africa Innovation Trust Corridor, which was launched in Arics 2024, which is a perfect example of how cross-border collaboration can accelerate commercialization. So how do we align with the focus of Arics 2025? The Ghana Hubs Network role directly aligns with several key focus areas of this summit. Key among them being industry and product development, where hubs help bridge idea to market gaps through startup incubation and technology. IP and legal regimes. Hubs can assist in structuring patents, trademarks, and licensing agreements to protect African innovations. We know that African innovations is sort of structured around frugal innovations. Sometimes some of our innovations that happen outside of academia across the country are not captured in the innovation index. These are frugal innovations, process innovations, and also innovations. For instance, if you go to the Busa area in the Upper East, they pride themselves that their shea butter, the process of making their shea butter is innovative. So it gives it that quality that across Ghana nobody has. But we've not taken a look at it. That's an area where we can innovate, leverage that, and be able to sell shea butter across the world, just like we're doing for cocoa. Again, in the area of innovation financing, hubs connect research-driven startups to impact investors, venture funds, and blended financing models. Today, there's a panel on financing of innovations, and I think they can dwell more on this. There's also the issue of cross-border collaborations, where hubs act as regional innovation hubs that foster continental and international partnerships. This we do through the AfriLabs, which is a mother body for the continent on innovation hubs. Currently, Ghana Hubs Network, for instance, is collaborating with hubs in Kenya. We know when it comes to innovation, digital technologies, Kenya is a leader. And so hubs in Ghana are collaborating with their counterparts in Kenya to share ideas, share experiences, and broaden our scope and scale our impact. I'd like to dwell on a call to action, which is strengthening the ecosystem. And for hubs to fully realize their potential in research commercialization, this goes to us. We need to be able to strengthen and institutionalize that collaboration. Now, Prof. Quinn was here and talking about the work of CSIR. We do have partnership with some of the institutes, but I think that we need to move it a notch higher and have a partnership with the mother body where we can collaborate across the country, ensure that some of these very wonderful research that is being done and innovations are spread across the country, are also tested and hacked in the field and across the country so that we can help address some of the development challenges that we have. Through policy support, we are working with other stakeholders, working on the Ghana Innovation and Startup Bill, which will provide that framework for support and benefits for startups and for innovation in the country. We need to do others in support of some of the initiatives that Mr. Mr. Gunu was talking about in terms of building the digital infrastructure, ensuring that startups and innovators have the ready support to be able to impact their and scale their impact. Lastly, I want to end on how we can turn innovation into impact. I think that yesterday and today others will be dwelling on it, but I think for us at Ghana Hubs Network, we say that Africa does not lack innovation. You know, from our communities across the country to the corridors here at Holiday Inn, innovation thrives. What we need is execution, commercialization, and scale. We must ensure that no brilliant idea remains trapped in a research paper, but rather become a product, a business, and a solution that changes lives. The Ghana Hubs Network stands ready to collaborate with all stakeholders, be they government, academia, or industry and investors, to ensure that Africa's research drives industrialization, job creation, and economic transformation. And more importantly for Ghana, to place research and innovation at the beck and call of local level development. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Honorable Kwesi Etu Bondi. I'm the technical advisor to the Minister of Food and Agriculture, but I prefer to be called Akuafo Adamfo. Let me use the existing protocol to proceed. My minister should have been with you yesterday, but due to the budget, our budget has been cut. I'm talking about the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, and we want to do more. So he was fighting for more budget, as the former other minister, MP just said. And I think that overcrowded him, and this one escaped. So his apologies. And today he said, I should join you as a practitioner. I'm agriculturist by profession and a serious farmer, to say something to you, and I assured you we are with you. The minister wants me to tell you that he is in support of commercialization of research and innovation. When he was the ranking member of agriculture, actually I was with him in the 7th Parliament, when the Plant Breeders Bill came to the floor. There were opposition from a group like Food Sovereignty, and we resisted it seriously, because we believe that our researchers should also get reward for their intellectual property. So the minister said, I should tell you, he's with you. He should have spoken on a topic, that's food innovations and added value for agriculture through science, technology, and innovation. Yes, agriculture, that leads to production of food for us, and also to feed the industry with raw material. It's application of science, technology, before you can do that. However, what we see in Africa, and Ghana in particular, is that most of the actors along these value chains are not those trained in the science and the technology to impact on agriculture with the innovations which you people are churning out. So to him, a lot must be must be done in creating more scientific and technologically trained people on the field. Especially, we need more farmers who are agriculturists. We need more food processors who has been trained in food science, agric engineering to turn the machines so that our mangoes will not go waste. There are a lot of oranges in the central and eastern region of this country, but we are looking for those who will turn the machines to add it or add value to it to be boxed. And the ministry, we are also happy to know that this summit is interested in bridging the gap between scientific technology, research in agriculture. That's something we are happy with it. So we are expecting a collaboration by the end of the year. We are talking about this year. All the cluster of farms in this our country and the related enterprises that into the value chain will be working with your science and technological innovation fundings so that we can operate cost competitive value chains whilst meeting climatic conditions and also societal expectation in our food production as well as the raw material to feed our factories to run 24-hour economy in Ghana. That will create the needed job for our youth. And my minister wants me to inform you, like, we are looking for innovations that will make agriculture sexy for the youth to participate. And the agenda for the ministry is agriculture for economic transformation. Under this agenda, we may need the scientists, the researchers, to give us the innovations that we can use to implement some of the sub-projects, such as Feed Ghana, where that one is for human consumption. The Nkokon Ketenkete, we need scientific knowledge that every backyard can at least raise 20 broilers or 20 layers. That is under the Nkokon Ketenkete. We need some scientific innovations to revive our cotton industry so that we can feed our textiles industry under the feed the industry. I hope you are aware of it. Under the 24-hour economy, we want to feed the industry, like the textiles industry, the rubber industry. We want 24 hours. And I'm happy Professor Toto from Food Research is here. Prof, my minister's word to you is, you have some incubation center at Pokwasi where there is an ethanol processing plant, we'll say, stalled. The call to action is we want to industrialize Ghana agriculture through using cassava for ethanol production. Yes, cassava can be used for ethanol production to reduce the cost of our fuel. So that is a call to action or a challenge to the scientific world that you should support us to commercialize our cassava. Cassava is not only meant for fufu and food. I'll thank the organizers of this program and thank all of you for listening to me with rapt attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much. is for the next 20 minutes, right, Barbara? 20 minutes. That brings us to what time, kindly? So we have a 20-minute coffee break, kindly. Our ushers are at the back. They'll take you to the coffee break. Ushers, please also usher our VIPs to the VIP lounge for the coffee break, and then we will bring you back in here when we're ready to assemble for our first panel on research and innovation financing, building investment readiness in African startups. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your attention. Coffee break starts now. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could kindly come back into the auditorium, please. Thank you so much. May I kindly ask our ushers to bring in our delegates back into the auditorium. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could kindly settle down for the next part of our program, which will jump straight into a panel discussion. Can I ask our ushers to please close the door? Our program director, Roland, if you could kindly close the door so we could assemble our delegates for the next part. Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move into our first panel of the day, Research and Innovation Financing, Building Investment Readiness in African Startups. The panel will be a 30-minute conversation followed by a 12 or 15-minute Q&A. Sorry, 35-minute conversation followed by a 10-minute Q&A. And it'll be moderated by Mr. Gamali Ajaho from RISA. So, Mr. Gamali, over to you.
Morning. It looks like you people are determined to move me from Ghana to Kenya. By the way, Kenya is my second home, so I agree. You can just actualize that. So, as the MC said, this session will be focused on research and innovation financing. We know that research financing and innovation financing are big topics. Many of us fall into sort of valley of the shadow of death just because of financing. And to help us unpick this topic, we have very prominent panelists, so I'll just invite them to join me on stage. We have Amalate, the CEO of Impact Invest in Ghana. Round of applause. We have Isaac Newton Aqua from the Netherlands Trust Fund. And then we have Eugene Elueke from Growth Africa. Yeah, coincidentally, I happen to work with all three in some shape or form. Some of them not necessarily with the designation stated here, but yeah. So it's good to be among friends. Before I go to the panel proper, I'll just invite all of you to give a quick introduction of yourselves and your perspectives on what you would like the panel to look like in terms of your expectations and some of the key things that people will be hearing from you, because you've supposedly done your homework with the questions. All right, so we'll start with Alma and then go to Isaac and then finish with Eugene.
So my name is Amalate. I lead Impact Investing Ghana. We are an ecosystem builder. What does that mean? We work on increasing the supply of money that's available for all the innovation, startups, scale-ups, and for other ecosystem building work in Ghana. And we also work to increase the quality of the demand for that money, the quality of businesses, etc., who can be investment ready. To do this, we start off with data, with research, which is what this conference is about. So we do data to identify the gaps and opportunities, and it's usually collaborative research. So we do the research with the people who have to take action. And then after that, we form formal collaborative groups. Some of them are short-term, some of them are long-term, to fill a gap or to capture an opportunity. We have some that are working on unlocking local pensions or commercializing research or finding sustainable financing for enterprise support organizations. So we work with, there are so many of our partners in the room. I see the Ghana Hubs Network and many other great institutions in Ghana that we work with. And then finally, once we're called investing, money must flow. So we work very intentionally to unlock capital by designing investment vehicles that can be market building. Our key one is a $75 million fund of funds that is unlocking local pension funding for SMEs that can deliver both a good return, a better return to pension clients, as well as impact. But we have other vehicles that we're working on. So in summary, this is what we do. What do I think this panel should deliver? I think we can all agree that there needs to be more financing at every stage of the research sort of trajectory, right from basic research all the way to startups commercializing and taking research along. So I'm hoping what we get from the panel is some examples of early work in fixing that issue. And then from the Q&A, maybe reflections about how we could move even faster and do things better to ensure that our startups and the whole research commercialization process has adequate financing to ensure that we have more success stories.
Very powerful. She's really a pillar in the ecosystem, and I want to give her some more praise. Thank you, Emma, for all you do. My name is Isaac Newton Aqua. I work with the International Trade Center. We're funded by the Dutch, so the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and our mission across Africa, so we're working in 7 different countries, but as the national coordinator in Ghana, our mission is to help companies scale and also internationalize. So looking at Pan-African and international across Africa is what we do. So grateful for the organizers for the invitation. We're working with tech startups and IT companies doing that, but we're also everywhere in the ecosystem, working very close with AMA, working close with the Hubs Network, working closely on policy, the Ghana Innovation and Startup Bill. So we're here to help make the tech sector in Ghana better, both direct, but a lot of our work is indirect, working with these partners and lots of different events, Ghana Digital Innovation Week and the likes. I think in summary, what I would want to see from this panel is really for us to help plant the seeds for people who are here in the room and others listening to us about the role that everybody plays in helping innovation thrive. Whether you're just the consumer of it, we had a CSRR come and share all the great innovations that they're doing. And I know we go to the market, whether we're going to the market or to Malcolm, and we look at the price of rice and we complain. But if we were to convince more farmers to use the CSIR rice, so with higher yields, locally grown rice, the price will come down. So we all have a part to play. Ourselves as individuals and consumers, our organizations in helping commercialize, build awareness and trust, and or helping support the startups who will then take the action on the research to move faster. I think we're all familiar with neat fufu, and that came about from innovation that's been commercialized. And the commercialization, or maybe using a different word, but the making known of and putting into practice into everyday life, maybe that's another way to look at it, of products that we have already made is what we really need to do as a nation. That's where I'll leave it.
All right. Hello, everyone. Great. Yeah. So I'm here on behalf of Growth Africa. Growth Africa, in our daily conversations, in all the things we do, we always focus on one thing: how can we help grow Africa? And we do this through providing a safe environment, a structured environment, a platform for ambitious entrepreneurs to grow their businesses. We do this through business acceleration, providing strategic advice to them, and then also connecting them to expert resources, and most importantly, finance. For us, that whole process is part of the commercialization process, whichever way you say it. What I'll be seeking to see how the panel can help is providing better context around key things like investor readiness, around key things like the commercialization process, and then also we beginning to understand or having a better appreciation of the role the individual players, can play in the commercialization process. And specifically, I want to drag in that old concept of the triple helix, right? So I want to drag it in here, and when we start talking about it, we can begin to just pay a bit more attention to them. So once again, it's a pleasure to be here, and just like I was introduced, my name is Eugene. Yeah.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for our panelists. So my first question goes to Amma. I would like you to help us unpick the gaps that are within the ecosystem. You know, unlike SMEs, research-driven startups struggle to access funding. What are they not getting right? And when you flip the coin, what are the financing institutions not getting right as far as funding innovative enterprises are concerned?
So if you think about where research starts, research can start in an academic institution or in an applied research institution like CSIR, or an organization can have its own internal R&D where they are doing research to improve their products. And then out of one of these three places, you identify a product or an improvement or a process that is commercially viable. And then after you recognize that it's commercially viable, you need to figure out how to take it to market. Are you going to do it in-house? Are you going to form a new entity? Is it a joint venture with someone else, etc.? Most startups that are not research-driven start because there's someone who is an entrepreneur and has an idea that they think will get them to market, and they are very they want to make money, and they want to create a product that will revolutionize the world, give them independence, etc. So different skill sets than a pure researcher's skill set. So if you think about what kind of funding will be needed alongside, you have the funding for the basic research. This is funding that allows a researcher to study a thing, to understand it, and to bring it out into the world. And then because the researcher may not be a business person, they may, but many times they may not be a business person, you need funding to be able to connect the researcher to appropriate partners to help the researcher to prepare and to negotiate a setup that makes sense. That researcher sits in an institution many times, and that institution will have an intellectual property policy. So the funding must allow between the researcher, the institution, and the party an agreement that makes financial sense for the investor. And then you need financing for the business itself. So it's a little bit more complex than a regular startup where I, the entrepreneur, have come up with an idea, let's do barbecue catfish. And we're going to do it in this particular location because I think people will stop. And, it's a little easier. But the thing with research-driven startups is that the potential for scale, because you may have intellectual property that is valuable, can be very significant. And we talked about neat fufu, and people talk about casa preco and some of the bitters that have come out of various research institutions and the scaling potential. So the kind of funding you need is different. At the early stage, you may need government funding. This is for the pure research, or foundation funding, funding that is interested in knowledge and in the progress of human knowledge so we can do well as a species, that kind of funding. As you go late, you need funding that understands commercialization and so is willing to take a risk. And we don't currently have that kind of funding, at least in Ghana, in the form that researchers can really access. We are still evolving those funding sources. Some of it is because of data. How much money will this research actually make? And what is the business case? And if there is a proper business case, then you can go to a funder that can take on more risk to fund that early work to just figure out the agreements between the institutions, the commercialization, etc. That is space also where grants funding could be used. But one of the critical missing points is getting the language of researchers to be the same as of business so they can see the business opportunity. And whilst money seems to be the critical barrier, from our experience working with researchers trying to commercialize, a bigger barrier is figuring out the commercial potential of the research. And it's very hard. The researcher needs to be able to articulate that to some degree for the financer, the investor, the business person to meet them halfway. When we teach researchers across our institutions, getting the financial proposition of your research is not a course anywhere. And we need to begin to think about how we teach our researchers, especially in fields where there's high commercial value, to do commercial analysis, cost-benefit analysis, some basic analysis that can help them, they themselves identify if they really have a commercially viable product or not, and whether it's worth the effort. And some institutions are beginning to do this with their IP offices, developing course material, etc., but there's a need for more.
Yeah, I think there was a second part to the question. Yeah, please keep the round of applause going. There was a second part to the question, and which is what are also the financing institutions not doing right? Because I think that in the context of what you presented, there is a certain gap when it comes to that early stage prototyping, for people to further develop their ideas. The research is already done, the product is already done, but some work on that product, for it to be ready to go to the market, and nobody is supporting that. What are the financing institutions not getting right?
So I think the issue is that we have gaps in the financing landscape. We have banks. That's all our money, deposits, and so it's regulated. It can only be lent in very secure ways with collateral. The bank can't change that. That's by law. The Bank of Ghana will not allow them to lend without it being secured because they are lending people's savings. So a bank is not a good institution for this kind of commercialization work. Then we have venture capital firms. Because we are very early stage market, our venture capital firms are looking for a proof of concept that they can scale. because they have gone to get investors' money. They've gone to get Isaac's money, and they've promised Isaac 10x. So if they have the choice between Gamali's enterprise that has just got something out of the lab, it has great potential, but it's uncertain, there's a high risk. And then Isaac's business that has done testing, is gone to market, and it needs money to scale, who are they going to give the money to? They'll give it to B. So they'll give it to Gamali. So we don't have that early stage financing. You need to be very high risk to get in there. And we may need maybe softer capital that we raise for that commercialization. But there must be a direct connection to the venture capitals, etc., so we can see more success stories. Another way of financing these is through entrepreneur-led financing. If you look at Neat Fufu, etc., it was the entrepreneurial ventures themselves that financed the work. So you find an entrepreneur and basically you have a joint venture with them. But the negotiation needs to have something for the researcher so that it's not just about sharing your innovation. A businessman takes that and basically they bootstrap. So they are not getting big investment from anywhere. They put in some of their own investments, they bootstrap, so they get it to the point where the venture capital firm may be interested. And there, I think the missing point in what we have seen is the negotiation. For people, because this is new, researchers aren't sure, are they cheating me? What is just the practical, how do you negotiate terms that seem fair to the business, given that it's risky, and that seem fair to the researcher, and being sure about the commercial viability. So we need to innovate to fill that space. I don't think it's that the investors are doing something wrong, but that we have to innovate and create those structures. If you think of it, venture capital was created in a certain context on another continent to meet a certain need, because they had, the internet had come, and there were all these technology companies, and investors saw an opportunity to make money. So do investors here see an opportunity to make money out of the research institutions? And if so, what kind of deals can they broker?
Thank you very much. Amma is an investor, so she's defending her camp. No. The investors here should adopt the Silicon Valley spirit. I'm not saying Ghana is Silicon Valley, but you've got to take on the risk sometimes and support powerful ideas. So I'm going to Isaac. Hopefully Isaac will be able to help us. When it comes to the role of donor organizations, entities such as yours, do you think that they can actually help fill this gap when it comes to the early stage financing, supporting prototypes, or should they be more focused on, for example, providing support for piloting of the innovations or the early commercialization? Where would they actually fit in Africa?
Thank you for the question. So I think there are very different types of donor organizations. People just think development partner or donors and put them all into one bracket. But you have some, which like mine, I'm a UN organization. We're funded by taxpayers' money from Holland. So there's certain things we can't do. We can't take like an equity stake in a business. So a lot of the work we do is technical assistance and helping companies scale. And this is what is in the goodwill of Holland to do to support Ghana. You have other donor organizations like Rockefeller Foundation or Bill and Melinda Gates, where it's a private fund, a family office, or now a foundation, that is set up to do certain things. With Bill and Melinda Gates, it's a lot on health. So they have done a lot of investments. I think one diagnostic company in Kumasi got some like $500,000 for them to further the research that they were doing, because they were doing groundbreaking research. So I think there are some specific and targeted foundations that are looking to help, especially African, or global, but especially African innovators, help get into the next level. I think unfortunately, or fortunately, we're in the situation we are, where we don't have the abundance of money. We're not the Middle East. We don't have the Qatar funds or the sovereign wealth funds of Norway. We're not in the Silicon Valley, as you mentioned. So it's more about how do we get the researchers, as Amma mentioned, to think commercially. How do we get the Ghana Hubs Network and Association of Ghana Startups to work with existing IP and getting some of the lawyers in the room to do a hackathon, but say this already exists, how do you commercialize it? I grew up in Austria, hence the accent, and someone from my university founded a startup and got 300,000 euros grant from the government to further his business, because they saw that it wasn't a cost to them, the positive externality of what he was doing was worth the money. We don't have the sovereign wealth funds, and that's where the donors come in. But as I was saying, a lot of VCs are doing later stage. We don't have the typical venture capital that's funding the risky part. So we have donor organizations and grants, $1,000, $2,000, and then we have the big $1 million tickets. But a lot of this research needs 100,000 to get the scientists together and really test the idea. And that's where we need to see how to get more local venture capital funds that's willing to take the risk. And I think if we have more examples of success stories, then people would realize that this might be something I'm willing to, is worth investing in. Right now, I think a lot of people don't see the value of investing. People who have money put it into real estate or farming, and they don't see startups as an asset class that they also invest in. I think that's the thing we need to start educating. It's more of a mindset shift than whether the donors can come in and fill the gap.
Okay, so if traditional startups, please round of applause for Isaac. So if traditional startups are struggling, then you can just imagine the researchers in the labs at Legon again. Yes, you can just imagine what their fate will be. So maybe we turn to Eugene. Eugene, what do you think of this idea of a regional innovation financing platform, which, if funded jointly by governments, ZFIs, private investors, what do you think that this can make a difference? And if so, how would such a platform look like?
Right, yeah, thank you. So the idea of a regional innovation fund is an excellent idea. It is excellent because at any point in time in the value creation process, there is a heavy lifting that needs to be done. And there is a role for everyone. And here I want to bring in government, universities, and private sector. So maybe I could use ATU as an example. We have an interesting case where RISA comes in and say, we want to see more health innovation. They have a fund, they provide it. The university picks it up, provides the environment for the students to innovate. What is left next? Government must now step in and do what they have to do. Then after that, private sector comes back in and say, I like this idea, I want to push it forward. You get it? So at any point in time, there is a heavy lifting. Other countries have seen it, that this is the way it works, and they have put together resources to support their own innovators, so their innovators can progress. I don't think it is a difficult thing to start asking of African government. We need to put our money where what? Our mouth is. We want to see our economies grow. Put the money in the innovation, put it in the commercialization, put it in the research. The thing is that any point in time, we are creating value, we are communicating the value, we are delivering it, and we have to find a way to capture it. Donor funds will come in at a certain point. There's a clear value they are looking for, and they want to commit the money to it. When they finish, their job is done. Private sector walks into an innovation room, they look at everything going on, and they start asking themselves, which one of these can deliver the numbers? Government, African government, what is the question you are also asking? I mean, it's a very simple thing. An investor walks in with $1 million, he looks at different innovations, and he sees that this one can deliver 1 million users at $1. If I should simplify it that way, right? Donor, he comes in, he sees health is a major issue. We need to support. We are willing to give the money to you, you, and you. African government, when you also come in, what is that value you are seeking to create for your own people? Now, in doing that, then an innovation fund becomes a huge thing. Because the truth is that everyone coming in with money have a different value they seek to have. So you, the African government, must define the value you want to create and then begin to pool the resources to do that. We, at a point in time, have put in resources for military intervention, for whatever it is. It should not become a debate, pooling resources to support research and innovation within the African terrain. And this should sit at the top of the table, right? Because everybody has a role. Even for an accelerator like us, whenever we talk of, so back to pulling the investment, whenever accelerators or incubators come in and offer a program to support either a researcher or an innovator, that is an investment. The time, the mentorship, the access to network, and all of that. Donors provide, AMA is providing, African government, what are we providing? And if we have 5 African governments or whatever number, sit and decide that going forward for the next 20 years, we want to see this level of innovation commercialized. And so we are committing this. I think the point is pretty straightforward. So it should be something that policy and we should actively be demanding for it at whatever level. And I think for the likes of donors, we applaud your effort, but you come to a point where you need to make it part of the engagement with government.
Yeah.
They need to really commit to it. That's the surest way we can really move forward exponentially, rather than all the time depending on individual investors or donors. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. So if I understand you correctly, what you are saying is that whenever there is a donor program that's going to bring in some financing, before those investments are made, there has to be sort of a matching commitment from a government point of view. And then...
Okay, so the basic point I was trying to make is that at any point in time, there is a value being created and a value being delivered and being captured. When you bring in money to support an innovation project in a university, there's a clear set of expectations you have, which must be delivered. When he brings in money, he has a clear set of expectations which must be delivered. When an investor comes to us and says, we have $1 million, we want you to support 4 innovators, they have clear expectations. My question is, African governments, what clear expectations do we have, and what are we committing to it?
Right. Very important question. Fortunately, we don't have a government stakeholder on this panel. So I'll segue to the broader question around research commercialization. We've been working on this journey, also with partners like Heritage Labs, to commercialize research. And one of the things we are learning is that it doesn't take a couple of months to commercialize research. The standard timeline we are given is 5 to 10 years. Meanwhile, if you look at the financing that's available, it's really short term. How do we resolve this dilemma? What kind of innovative financing vehicles can we introduce into the landscape?
So we've been working on the Ghana Research Industry Collaborative that brings together researchers and industry to commercialize research or to uptake research. It's not always commercial. And the first thing we've seen is that there's a need to translate the research into industry-friendly formats. And that doesn't take money. It's not everything in the commercialization process that takes money. Some of it is just time. And so translating your research into a clear presentation minus scientific terms that clearly describes what does this actually do in the world. I'm not giving all the details, but providing enough details so that a business person can understand this is a process to take cassava and turn it into powder so you can make fufu on your tabletop without going through a laborious process. Many research outputs use, like research papers, etc., use a lot of language and that is not clear to a business person, and also focus on methodology, how we got there, because it's written for our research peers who want to make sure we did the right thing. The business person is not interested in your methodology. They just want to know what it does and how it could turn into a product in a very simple way, and to have an initial conversation. And so we are working on helping researchers to translate into industry-friendly formats. The next thing is then establishing that there's a business case, because it's not every research output that is commercially viable. So establishing that there's a business case means doing an industry analysis, understanding who could use this research. This AI-powered device that is helping with traceability, is it for produce buying companies, etc.? And then finally, we connect the researchers with those specific industries. So it's more targeted matchmaking, where you have a researcher that has a product for the cocoa industry, and we're setting up meetings with CEOs of cocoa firms and others who may have an interest in investing in that specific research. So there's a need for this brokerage between researchers and industry, so that industry can find partners who they could begin to commercialize with. And those are some of the critical gaps that need to be filled. And from our initial work, even with very little resources, you can begin to connect the dots. You know that there's success when the business is excited, because the research they are looking at is solving a problem that they have. And the researcher is excited because the person across the table is understanding what they've done and actually thinking about how to apply it in interesting ways they may not have thought about. That's a great partnership. And I think in our part of the world, whilst investment is important, and yes, we should create those funds, we need to start building the connections, because it is in those connections that even the pathway to that investment will become clearer.
Okay, so we should forget about the money and go and do our homework.
We should do our homework whilst looking for the money, so that we are prepared to use the money when it shows up, because it will ask a lot of questions when it shows up.
All right, thank you very much. So the researchers and the scientists among us, I hope you are picking one or 2 points. Don't just sit in the lab and be figuring out pathways and all of these things. You have to make an investment case. I'm a scientist myself, like as a background, so I'm on your side. Okay. So talking about sustainability, usually, again, some of the early stage financing that's available to startups comes from donors. So there's so much dependence on grants. How does a startup build sustainability in terms of its financing beyond, some of these grant programs? I think, Isaac, can you help us with some pointers?
Oh, okay. Tough question, thank you. It might be controversial. Although I think we can have market-oriented research, a lot of time research is done by researchers or people in the lab, and it's not quite obvious at the beginning the commercial viability of the product. I think one example we all use today is Post-it notes. Those kind of little sticky things we use. So Post-it notes, we're familiar? Yeah? Okay, just make sure. The company that developed Post-it notes was a company making very strong glue. So they failed in what they were doing. It just so happened that someone in the extended team was someone who played music and needed something to stick on his music when he was going across different pages. So he saw the use case of it and thought, this could be something that other people might want to use. I don't go down a long story, but it wasn't that they made this accident and thought immediately, oh, we can turn this into some commercial. So it's more about how do we have almost very patient capital, and Emma's laughing because we don't even have capital, but it's almost how do we encourage research to be done for almost research's sake. That's how we become sustainable, where the academic institutions find other ways of driving their labs, and then 20% of the time can be spent on for fun projects, or let's attempt this. That's how these institutions can remain sustainable. For startups, it's different. As a startup, you are, from day one, believing your commercial entity. Facebook didn't make any money for 7 years, so you don't have to make money right away, but you're already thinking about commerciality, if that's a new word I just created, right? So as a startup, you have to think commercial from day one. So all your innovation and your research within your business is to help you scale faster or reduce your costs or be better. So it's a very different type of research and funding that goes in to a private entity and to a research house. But I think one way of helping sustainability is the work that Impact Investment Ghana is doing, and other type of matchmakers. Once again, US and American example, but I think it's called CAGO. And what they do is they bridge demand from industry with research that's available. So people will come and say, oh, I need a rice that can grow in 100 days. And now CSIR and other research centers say, oh, I have that grain. And then those large farmers can then buy from that research that's there. So finding ways of creating the demand for existing or future research will help for sustainability and survival of the companies.
All right, thank you very much. I think those are very good ideas. And I also want to add, not a very original idea, because we talked about it yesterday, but I think that universities should also step up their game when it comes to supporting businesses or startups emanating from their campuses. So all universities definitely should set up prototype funds or commercialization funds to support startups, because they are closer to the ideas, especially when we are talking of research commercialization and we are saying that there are lots of ideas coming from the campuses. They should be able to back them up, you know, as a first step, and then we can carry on.
And so just quickly to the point, I think what Alma said in one of her early submissions, if the universities and research centers can think through IP and think about, okay, once we have this and we take a 5% stake in the business, or we license it for 1 CD for every niche food that's sold, they will then see the commercial viability and push for startups to use their products. But right now they have no incentive for it to be commercialized. I think that's what we need to work on, because there's lots of great ideas. We have great leaders and scientists and thinkers in the country, but we're not thinking about using the things we've thought about.
Right. So yeah, incentives. That's what you create.
And Gamali, maybe to add, last year we did only 4 industry we call them industry brief sessions. These were targeted sessions where researchers had translated their research into industry-friendly formats, and then we brought together a targeted group of people. And out of that, we got 61 expressions of interest from businesses to uptake research. Now, this is not, now they have to be vetted. Do they have money? I mean, are they actually able? But at least they were interested. That's the starting point. So I just want to emphasize that. I wanted to give the exact number, so I wanted to pull it up. That making those connections work is not as trivial as it may seem trivial, but when you do it right, if the people in the room actually are looking for the solutions that you have, they will get excited about it.
All right, thank you very much for this extra point. So clearly, what we are learning from Ahmed's presentation is the fact that we have researchers in Ghana actually have outputs, products and services they've developed that enterprises or industries interested in. So now, how do we facilitate that uptake? So we've been talking about sustainability, and I wonder, Eugene, do you have any take on sustainability? For example, startups that provide services to government agencies in Africa tend to be under a lot of pressure because of, you know, various delays, for example, payment, etc. There are some good examples from Rwanda, for example, in terms of upfront payments or innovations around procurement that helps these startups, because the money they earn goes back into their operations. So do you have any take on this particular scenario, or just in general also perspectives on sustainable finance and other types of sustainable financing mechanisms for startups?
Okay, all right. So the role of the government is often not talked about in the way that should get government into action. We start from policy and then we just stop there. But the truth is, the government can be your biggest customer. And the government should be your first good payer, especially when government is keen on growing the economy and supporting its own people. And I really struggle why we have to keep going back to this. Government, you create a policy, it leads to a demand creation, young people come up, they are able to solve it. Next step is keep the cycle moving. And how do you do that? Pay. Just pay. We understand there's 30, 40, and all of that, but when you make it a policy that you want to support young startups in a particular sector, the approach should be different in terms of honoring your commitment and in terms of supporting them. But that said, if we want to also find sustainability, it also has to be very clear on who actually leads the marketplace movement. The truth is, you may be a young innovator, you may come up with something, but you may not actually be the one who ends up running with the thing in the marketplace. You just have to find a way to capture value for all your effort and let a bigger player take up the next relay and run with it. So IP policies and all of that will help. If, let's say, I have created this pen, I'm really struggling to find business with government. But I know you are much closer to government. And we have a good IP policy that allows me to pass it on to you and you do the business. I think it helps me to be sustainable, to start the next project. But a lot of these things are missing. So you find young people, they have great ideas, they try all their best, they get to a place, they can't break through with government. What happens? They die off. So government role goes beyond just the policy. It must also go into investment and good payment practice.
Thank you very much. I think we've had some really wonderful contributions from our panelists. Give them a round of applause. So at this point, I would like to turn over to our audience if there are some pressing questions concerning financing, since it's a big topic within the research and innovation landscape. And then feel free to raise your hands so that you can have the opportunity to ask them. All right. The lady in the glass over there. Is that Maureen?
Thank you very much for your insights. I have two questions. The first one is, when you're talking about the research to commercialization, we always have the innovator, the industry, and the different stakeholders. And in my experience, we always feel like there's an issue of trust. The innovator is feeling like I'm too small, if the IP laws are not favoring me, how do we build that trust within the ecosystem? And then the second question is, we talk about industry involvement, industry supporting. We can talk here all day, but my question is, how do we require, how will we ensure that they're actually going to support the innovation commercialization process? Thank you.
Okay. Can we have one more before the panelists come in?
Thank you. My name is Andrew Zakutuado, work with Reach for Change. About universities and how research is being managed or even deployed to industry, do we actually have a database of researchers that exist in these universities, the various categories, which sector this research is even targeting, and even how we can perhaps channel it to some investor somewhere who is excited to look out for something exciting to invest in. In terms of breaching that gap, I think we need to think through how universities actually categorize their researchers and then which industry they are even targeting or which investor they are even targeting to attract. The second question that I have has to do with the researchers that exist in the country. Where are the researchers? I mean, do we have a database, the database of the researchers that we have? Market researchers, industry researchers, where are they? Are they from the university? Are they in the market somewhere? Where do you find them? How do you consolidate them? And how do you also get investors to see that these are the researchers that exist in this country? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Some of the researchers are raising their hands here, so you can see them. Eugene, I think you want to answer the question about the researchers.
Yeah, very quickly. So, very quickly on the research. There's the beautiful part about having a whole database of what is being researched and all of that. But there is a place for that. For a lot of the businesses or investors, when they walk in, what they are trying to look out for is this thing here, what numbers could it potentially reach and do, and let me get my money back. Now, broadly, research is supply-driven, demand-driven. There comes a time that a research that may have been done a few years back has become so relevant now because the need is now contemporary and needs to be done. Sometimes some research are way ahead of their time. So even though it is an excellent academic work done, investors or the market have not yet found use for it. But that should be respected. Who should keep the database? That is where the arms of the universities and the government, they should do that. And they should find a way to communicate. Remember? Okay. You want to say something? No, so let me just quickly wrap it up. Earlier on, I said that at any point in time, somebody is creating value, but that value must be communicated. Put a room of 100 investors. If they don't really know what you guys are doing, their attention will be elsewhere. And just like Amma said, when you are communicating what you research, don't come communicating the technical things, just come communicating the need it is satisfying, the number of people it could help, and the potential, the economic potential in there.
Thank you.
Then
Thank you very much,
investors wake up and they respond to it. So
yeah, we are running out of time. So let's look at the, some of the remaining questions. There's a question about IP and building trust. So if Isaac, you can take that, and Amma, I know you are very keen to talk about the platforms. That,
and also how we, Maureen's question about how we can get the industry to actually invest.
Right. So let me just answer the second part of his question. Then I'll hand over the floor to Amma. There is a platform, exactly what you're talking about, that it was the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology, and Innovation back then. Now that innovation sits under the Ministry of Communication, we'll see where it will sit. But they were doing exactly that, creating a platform of who are the researchers, who wrote the papers, how many papers are written, how many IP patents have been filed, to have that all in one place. They were also looking to extend that to have the number of startups started, to have all that information in one place. So you can search for female researcher in Kumasi, IP in Tamale, and see what's coming up. So that was the database that was beginning to come up. And of course, as been said in the panel, what would be even better is to have a upper level, a translation of this is the research, because researchers get paid for how many papers they put out. But now how do we encourage them to also now add a appendix of this is the potential commercial viability. This is the areas that it could impact. And that way more business people can look at it and say, oh, I have a farm, or I have a agribusiness. Let me see if this works for me.
Thank you. So we have a platform. The Ghana Research Industry Collaborative has a platform called GRIC Ghana that has research that is translated into forms that industry can use. So you will see the scientific name of the research, and then the ordinary English name of the research. I think we have about 10 research works fully translated, but we have about 100 more that will be uploaded soon. It is not a simple thing to get researchers to stop thinking in a language that they have used over many years to create what is their best work. And so it's been quite a process with the researchers. So if you go to greekghana.org, you can find research that is hopefully easy to understand. And the hope is to be able to have all the research that we've done in Ghana on this platform. In addition, various institutions have platforms. Various universities have platforms that you can search for research. It may not be translated, but you can actually find the research that has been done and contact the researcher. And as together with these institutions, we continue to update and make these platforms more friendly. You should be able to find a researcher in your field with all sorts of interesting things you could collaborate with. How do we get businesses to actually work with researchers? So the 61 expressions of interest, we then ask them, do you have money? How are you going to pay for this research? And the models that we're seeing, businesses are happy to pay consulting fees. So there are different kinds of research. Some of them have high commercial value. It's worth doing a joint venture, an IP, because all that costs money. Then some of it doesn't have high commercial value. It's just a little improvement over what a business is doing. And since nobody was paying you anything, if somebody wants to pay you as a consultant, where you come into their factory, you do a training, and then that's how you are commercializing, and the rate is good. Some researchers are interested in that, so we have a few we're working with on that. So we need to evolve the pricing so that it makes sense for the researcher and it makes sense for the business, given that our businesses also struggle. If we are not in booming economic times, or else the marriage may not work. So we are still figuring it out. But for now, consulting is what has worked. It also means you don't have to go to the university IP office and deal with the lawyers and others when you consult.
Yeah, I know Isaac wants to come in to round up, but unfortunately we've used up all the time at our disposal. It looks like when it comes to financing, we always have so many questions asked, very few answers, and still many more questions remaining. But from this session, I think the key thing is researchers and innovators being ready to make their ideas more investment ready, being ready to use language that investors can understand, and being open to collaborations within various stakeholders within the ecosystem to be able to drive financing for their businesses. So thank you so much to the panelists, and thank you everybody for your attention and for your engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kameli. Thanks so much for that exceptional job. I wish only you guys had 2 hours, but unfortunately we've got to keep moving on. And if you need more information, if you'd like to know more, we've got the breakout sessions later on, and some of these conversations will come up. We've got Bridging the Innovation Divide, Inclusive Innovation, Strengthening Gender Equality and Social Inclusion and Technology Transfer for Rural Development. We've got Cultivating an Innovation Entrepreneurship Culture, from Mindset to Market, and we've also got a session on intellectual property rights in Africa. My colleague Barbara has said that the titles will go up on the screen immediately after lunch. So what's going to happen right now is we have a presentation from the British Council, Global Partnerships, Leveraging International Collaboration. That's the title, British Council Global Partnerships, Leveraging International Collaboration. After which we then have our networking lunch. We encourage you to network over lunch. Now, after lunch, we're coming back into this room for Strengthening Networks for Research and Innovation in Africa in partnership with the RISA Fund. So after lunch, we come back, we congregate in this room for the RISA Fund presentation before we go out to the breakout sessions. Kindly, when you're done with the breakout session, the ushers will bring you back into this room for the closing ceremony. So please do not... Please don't leave and go to your various homes and offices immediately after the breakout sessions. Kindly, please do us that favor. So allow me to bring to the podium to talk about British Council Global Partnerships Leveraging International Collaboration, Mr. Richard Shiangbo, Director Programs and Partnerships, British Council. And if I can kindly have the podium back for him. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, sir. You need the chairs cleared? Okay, so just give us 2 seconds. And can we kindly have the chairs cleared? Mr. Shiangbo needs the chairs cleared as well. Can we kindly have some stage hands? Kindly. Roland, my dear brother, support us, please. So meanwhile, while you take the podium and take photos and videos, you can pose at the podium if you like. Just being silly. On a more serious note, sir, before you proceed, a lot of you are also asking for resources in terms of where are you going to get all the information that you've heard since yesterday. I do believe that we have rapporteurs in the building, so please pay attention to your emails. We've been told that after the sessions, you'll be getting some information via your email, so pay attention to that as well. Are you done taking your photos, sir? Over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So I'll be doing this presentation with my boss at the back there. So the name is Richard Shiangbo. Shiangbo means I am that I am. Yes, that's the meaning of Shiangbo. From a small village from Ho, Tatanyigbe. Before I start, I think what I was taking my 5 years little boy through what we call component of reading, trying to teach him how to read from letter identification to word reading, and also to short words and long sentences, and he was struggling. Then those days I remember a saying that little drops of water do make a mighty ocean or make a mighty ocean. So I explained to him. So I dashed to the bedroom, I came back, I'm still mopping my hall. Yes. So this one, when I had a lot of discussion going on here, partnership is very key. When you look at the SDGs, from no poverty, that's one, to peace, justice, and strong institutions. The drafters of the SDG added the last one, which is the 17th, partnership for the goals. All these discussions, wonderful panel discussions, if we don't have what we call strategic partnership, we cannot achieve anything. Researchers or innovators are here. We also have to look at, we are talking about the global north and the global south partnership. We are looking also at the global south-south, north-north, but this partnership, put yourself in the shoes if you are from the academic, environment, industry, or the government. We do industry, academia with partnership, higher institutions with partnership. So please put yourself into that, and this is just a study that we conducted. And British Council, people think that we are just into IELTS. No, we are not into what IELTS at all. So we are the UK International Organization for Culture and Relations. We build connection, understanding, and trust between the people in the UK and other countries. So we do art, culture, education, and the English language. We work in 100 countries. Last year we celebrated our 90th anniversary and 80th anniversary, 1934 and 1944. So Ghana were 80 years old. Partnership focus areas: education, collaboration, transnational education, that's the TNE, and student mobility. We have TVET, we have schools, art and culture, and we have the English. So we are open for partnership. Convening stakeholders. So how do we do our partnership at the British Council? So we convene stakeholders and build networks. We provide expertise and technical assistance, facilitating knowledge exchange and best practices for sharing. We support research and policy development, and also managing grants, programs and funding opportunities. But when you come, we have to sit and know what is in there for us. So I'm focusing this on the study we launched just last year, October. We did it in 4 countries. Then we had some interviews, surveys, and also country research. So what is equity and mutual benefit in international higher education partnership? Is very key. So we want to find some answers to these questions. What steps can partnering institutions take to ensure that relationships are equitable? What steps can partnering institutions take to ensure that partnership relations are mutually beneficial? When you go for these global programs, one of the main concerns from the north, is that the global north is always quelling back when it comes in terms of partnership. It seems we are always trying to go in for where the money is. I know what is finance, but it seems we are always seem to be at the receiving end. We are not putting more effort into how we can do what we call equitable partnership. So there's a basic definition of equity is giving everyone what need to succeed. That's very key. We have equality, equity. So there isn't one fixed definition for what equity. So you may define equity in different ways. Building equitable partnership. Equity in partnership does not emerge by accident. You don't just go and sit on a table with your partners and expect that equity can be given to you. No, it is not done. You need to sell yourself. You need to be very confident. You need to go to the table with your strategies. Because for a founder or a donor organization, I don't just enter into partnership if I don't know what the strategic objective, whether it aligns with my priority. So we should know that. It's not just taking your research papers, your ideas, you are just knocking doors for money. Money is not everything. You must be able to build your partnership in a nice way. So we have the UK Collaborative on Development Research. So defines equitable partnership, which is mutual participation, mutual trust, and respect, mutual benefit, equal value placed on each partner's contribution at all stages. So when you are entering to partnership, you should be able to know what kind of partnership am I entering into. So first, I made mention of we have the government side, we have the industry to academia, we have academia to academia, we have industry to industry. You should know the focus of the partnership. You should first have a clear idea of what my partner is doing, whether what I'm taking on board or taking to the table can align with the strategic objective of my partner. If you don't do that, then we are not going to get what we call the equity. So from the findings, we got that these are the major drivers of equity. We have openness and honesty when initiating partnership. Developing shared agreement, involving African organizations in agenda setting, fair allocation of roles and responsibilities, respect, trust, and value expertise is needed. Understanding partners' context, because we have where some funding organizations will tell you that as for these organizations or for these industry, they are not bringing in any expertise. But if you are entering into a partnership, you should have your capabilities, have a strong expertise, also respect and trust. Sometimes you enter into partnership, one side is always feeling guilty or maybe feel being cheated. No, that is not it. Because how are we going to share this? Before you move into that room or the boardroom, make sure that you have all these things outlined. So these are the drivers. We have the major barriers to equity. From our research, African partners are not adequately involved in agenda setting for funding programs. African partners may struggle to meet funders' requirement to lead projects and have control over finances. These are some of the major concerns, and most of these grants, you see that they'll say, okay, we have to get a lead from the outside world. Then our counterparts at the south will be subcontractors. They are not happy. Why? Because they think that it is your own money, but you are bringing in the people to spend that money. But that's not the case, because you should know that before entering into that partnership. So if I'm putting up a grant or a bid, I give what we call the eligibility criteria. I give you the description. You accept it before coming in. These ones are just open bid. But there are some partnership that you come, we sit, we talk before we sign. Power imbalance between partners from Global North and partners from Africa are still common. Some Global South still think about the colonization of entry into partnership. That's what I've seen Prof. Ernest laughing. Yes, it's true. The expertise and experience of African partners are often not fully valued. These are from the research. African partners are not always involved in decision-making and gender setting in partnerships. African partners often face capacity and resource challenges that may not be understood by partners in the Global South. The benefits of partnerships are not distributed in a way that recognizes the contribution, needs, and wants of all partners. So these are the major barriers that were teased out from our findings. And this relates to almost everything that we have been saying from day one. What do you mean by sustainability? It's very key. You can't enter into partnership without thinking about how to sustain it. So sustainability, the impact of the project or initiative carried on after it has ended. Sometimes, when we support people, let's say in a project from phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, then the same industry or same institution will come to us, we are done, we need more. So you ask yourself, what is the sustainability strategy? We shouldn't be seen as if we are always opening our arms, looking for support. We have a lot of things that we can do when we are entering into a partnership, and sustainability is key. If you come to me, I have to know what are your mechanisms for sustainability. If British Council is no more, how can you sustain your initiative? Is very key. We are looking at equity goes hand in hand with sustainability. Partnerships are more likely to endure and develop into long-term collaborations. Long-term partnerships are often more equitable. Next slide. What are the major drivers of sustainability? You should understand that sustainability as part of the whole partnership life cycle. Think about sustainability from beginning of the partnership. Because when we don't see the sustainability strategy, we can't enter into a partnership with you. Assessing and measuring the impact of the partnership. What is the impact? What's the end goal? Is very key. Assessing the benefits and value for partners. We value our partners. We have to agree on how to leverage or scale up existing projects and activities. Learning from challenges and making improvement. Agreeing when and how partnership should end. So these are the major drivers of sustainability. And we also have the barriers as well. Limited planning for what happens when the initial grant funding ends. So that's what I just said. After the funding ends, you see the same people knocking at your door. We want to scale up because there's no plan. Challenges identified and applying for follow-up funding. Difficulty institutionalizing knowledge or activities from the partnership. Barriers to building capacity and unlocking future opportunities. Agreeing how to leverage or scale up existing projects and activities. So these are the benefits of international higher education partnership. So you can relate to this. Solving challenges by combining expertise, stronger collaboration around specific objectives, more opportunities to learn and share, improve access to resources and support, reduce financial and project management risks, increase impact of activities and projects. Sometimes partnership is not just about the money. We have what we call the cost effectiveness, cost sharing in kind. It's not always focused on the money what aspect. And global South should not always be seen opening their arms looking for what support. And that's what happens when Trump said that they are going to close that's what USAID countries are saying, oh, where are we going to get money? We don't have to reach there. You should have a sustainability strategy. If the funds stop coming, what can you do? So we need to be very careful when we are entering the partnership. Increased prospect of future funding is very key. Next slide. So we have some recommendation for funders and also for the global north and those in Africa. So actively and visibly involving African experts in setting research agendas, providing African partners with more opportunities to lead. Then we also have for our higher education institutions in Africa, communicating potential to contribute to partnership, taking a proactive role in the management of partnerships, and also involving communities in the work of partnership. Recommendation on sustainability. So we are saying that the funders or the donors ensuring that sustainability is built into partnership from the start, reflecting on the feasibility of providing long-term support, building on existing knowledge and guidance. Then we also have for the African partners reflecting on how partnership can support institutional goals, institutionalization, the partnership, building capacity to support future partnerships. So you can scan this QR code for the full report. We also have a toolkit that we've developed out of these 4 strategic partnerships, how you can build equity in partnership. Thank you so much.
Hello. Another round of applause for Mr. Richard Shangbo. So, sir, please, we want partnerships with the British Council. We need some money. Is it you we come to? Don't laugh, please. I'm serious. Why are you looking down? Look at me. We should come to see you. So networking, those of you, how many of you need money for your research projects? How many of you have money you can share? Excuse me, you two, you're just joking? How many of you are here because you're looking for money? Please put your hand up. This is serious business. How many of you are here because you want to forge partnerships? Okay, so over the lunch, please, please, please. I think we have more people who need money than those who have. So Richard, maybe the lunch you won't eat. Just sit down and then let us come to you. Is that fine? Perfect. Riser, do you also give money? Riser Fund? Riser Fund. So please, all those who are funding partners, please put your hand up so we can identify you. You have money to give. Riser, please put your hand up. You don't have money to give. But I just said those who are funding partners. Or as a now, you, I didn't think you brought the money to Accra. I mean, can we apply for funds? No? It's too late. So for 2026. No, it's still good. 2026, good. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking those questions because we're about to go to lunch and we want to encourage that you network. It might sound funny, but it's true. If you're looking for money, of course, they didn't come with their checkbooks, but at the very best, as we have them at our disposal, you can ask for directions on how to apply. Those of you who have never applied for grant funding before, this would be your time to ask a few questions. If they don't have the answers, I'm sure they can give you emails, websites, what that you can follow to be able to get some grant funding for your research projects. And now it's time for lunch. Once again, Barbara, kindly, lunch concludes at what time? Can you kindly give me the time? Lunch concludes, what time is it now? 1:16, okay. So Wow, Barbara wants us to eat in 15 minutes. Okay, don't worry, we'll figure that out. We'll send the ushers to get you. We are coming back into this room for the Riser Fund presentation, kindly, before we then disperse to the breakout session. So please come back here, and then we disperse to the breakout sessions, and then we come back here for the closing ceremony. All right, it is lunchtime. Don't forget to ask the pertinent and necessary questions. Please have a wonderful lunch.
1T, yeah, yeah. Hi, 1T, yeah. 1T, 1T, yeah, yeah. 1T, yeah. 1T. Yeah, 1T, 1T, one, yeah, 1T. Hi, 1T, 1T.
Open and bigger, see.
Hey.
Before you move in real close, there's something I must know. Baby, 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 baby. Do you kiss and tell? Kiss, yeah, and tell. I wanna know. Do you kiss, yeah, and tell? Kiss, yeah, tell, yeah. I like the way that you move. I like to see what kind of groove you have, baby. Yeah. Before you come real close, there's something you should know about me. Yeah. I'm not the typical kind of man. I'll be your long time forever friend. I'll be your nighttime lover, sweet cotton candy. I'll be all the things you never know. Ooh, girl, there's something I must know. Tell me, baby, tell me, baby. Do you kiss and tell? Kiss, yeah. I wanna know. Do you kiss, yeah, and tell? Kiss, yeah, and tell. Let's bring it on down. I don't want my business in the street, baby. No, I don't know. When the lights go down, baby, that's just for you and I, baby. I wanna groove with you, baby.
Right back. You say? Right back.
examples of initiatives that bring together stakeholders from different backgrounds, research, academy, and industry. How coalitions or networks are built, and also the kind of results that are emanating from their activities. So we have 3 networks represented. We have the Ghana Research and Industry Collaborative, which is represented by Professor Stephen Asamoah. So Prof. Stephen Asamoah, please join us. Sorry, Prof. Ernest Asamoah, right? We have the Coalition Network of Stakeholders in Agricultural Mechanization, represented by Dr. Tessia Nyulaku. And then we have Professor George Achampon. I don't know who exactly is representing here, but if you can join us and tell us more. I think he can tell us a little bit more about the Rural Innovation Network of Ghana and the Think Next. Just quickly, I want to give everybody the opportunity to introduce the networks that they are representing. Tell us briefly the gaps that you are trying to fill with your network, and also go ahead to tell us maybe what are the main objectives of your network. Yeah.
Hi everyone. So I'm Ernest Asamoah, as is indicated. I chair the Ghana Research Industry Collaborative. So I think in the previous discussion, Amma did a bit of introduction. So Ghana Research Industry Collaborative is actually hosted by Impact Invest in Ghana. And as a system to build the ecosystem, we all agree that there's huge research capacity in Ghana and for that matter in Africa. But these research capacities which sit in the various academic institutions and research institutions have very little interaction with industry, so that research will be informed by what industry needs. So our ecosystem, our collaborative actually is to break that gap and help researchers and industry to come together to be able to increase research uptake, research commercialization, and of course, let industry also understand the language that researchers use and the other way around. So the key, based on this, what we recognize is that there's a limited research uptake and as well as commercialization. So there are a lot of research that is going on in the various universities, various research institutions. But this research in Africa, it is estimated that less than 10% actually translates into commercialization and business. So what we do is that as the researchers have this capacity to have various research that are being undertaken, this research first needs to be dictated by the needs of the industry. So you have a whole lot of research being done in the various academic institutions, but the question is that what industry needs? Or what the industry needs, is it being researched into? And if so, how can the industry practitioners be able to know what researchers have done so that they will be able to actually get to know that this is what I need. I need models on financing. I need products, innovations. I don't know that this innovation has come. Meanwhile, it has been researched, probably by CSIR, by University of Ghana, by Kenya, most of the institutions. But the industry does not really have knowledge of this. So how do we bring them together to say this is what we are doing, and so that they will be able to uptake? The other aspect also have to do with from uptake to commercialization, getting a lot of this to translate into businesses and of course the employment and all the things that we talk about. So basically this is what we're doing. Thank you.
Okay, Tessia Nyulaku, Coalition Network of Stakeholders in Agricultural Mechanization. When Dr. Akinwumi Adesina was Minister of Agriculture in Nigeria, he made agriculture really exciting, and it excited a lot of people. And there was this whole thing, new buzz around agripreneurs. And everybody wanted to venture into doing something. Some were cropping, most of them were doing agricultural processing, adding value. So there was this real new vibe around add value to agricultural commodities. I believe that's one of the things that promoted him to become the current AFDB president. However, Nigeria has 22 agriculture-facing research institutions that are not necessarily universities. And just like CSIR, we have the Council, ARCN, Agricultural Research Council, overseeing these 22. But because of this buzz around this new interest of people trying to add value to agricultural commodities, and then unfortunately, the exchange rates were not favorable, you could not import machinery easily. People started looking inwards and trying their hands on different kinds of things. So a new generation of agripreneurs that were adding value to agricultural commodities emerged with a great demand for machinery. We have 22 agriculture-facing research institutions doing their own kind of research in another way with no linkage at all. But at the same time, this new group of agripreneurs that were adding value to agricultural commodities depended on local fabricators. But these local fabricators also had limited skill and capacity. The coalition network of stakeholders in agricultural mechanization is the platform that was able to bring all of them together on one table, and they are collaborating and doing wonderful things, as we'll get to know as we continue in the conversation. Thank you very much.
Okay, my name is George Champon. As Gameli said, maybe there's a confusion of thoughts around what I do, but I represent both the RING, which is the Rural Innovation Network of Ghana, and the Think Network, which is the tertiary hubs for innovation and knowledge. So for the RING, basically RING is an innovation inclusion network that enables us to include rural actors and maybe other actors that ordinarily we would not consider. Typically when research comes in forms, it comes in forms that is really difficult for rural actors or marginalized groups to be able to assimilate into systems. So this network works with government agencies, academic institutions, and pretty much financing agencies to sort of enable these rural actors to assimilate these systems. Currently, what we've been doing so far is around food and food security, and we've been working in around 7 communities. I'm sure you'll be hearing a bit more soon, but dispersed right across the whole country and across a multiplicity of food and nutrition-based industries. For the Think Network, which is the high institutional network, we've brought together about 11 public universities with hubs to kind of build the capacity of young people to be able to solve Ghana's problems. And so we are working in across climate change, agri-food and nutrition, mentorship, employability, across all those platforms. And I serve as the executive secretary at the moment. But yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much for your networks. So just in the interest of time, can you share maybe one initiative from your network? Some of the things that you are doing, one key initiative, and a result that you are really proud of in terms of what the network has achieved. I've seen that Tese already has his mic at the ready, so if you'd like to go first.
Okay, thank you very much, Gameli. It's very exciting talking about CONESA. Many times I get an opportunity to do this because I believe very strongly that there's a lot of that experience. We have been speaking to industrialization and commercialization for a long time, and you would agree with me that if you cannot mass produce whatever you're thinking you have innovated, you will not be profitable. So we must find out how to mass produce whatever we have, innovation that we have. In this case of CONESAM, it's agricultural equipment, isn't it? Or machinery. So now that you have fabricated, you have developed a prototype and it makes sense and is functional, if you're able to make one or two as a fabricator in a year, you are still broke. And then after a bit of time, you will get tired of that process and go ahead with something else. But what we have seen that has really worked is that we were able to, as CONESAM, bring them together to co-create. So someone has, most of the times from the processors, they will bring a challenge. When they bring that challenge, they will sit down together as a group and find technical solutions to that challenge. They will profile those solutions. Sometimes it will lead to developing new machinery or improvement on existing machinery. They will test it in their businesses because these are not necessarily startups. They are SMEs that are already operational. But the coalition gives them an opportunity to bring forward a problem and co-create together a solution that can solve that problem. What is beautiful is that they are able to standardize their design and mass produce it by a strategy we refer to as distributed manufacturing. So what they do is that if we are developing a thresher, if we have developed a thresher, for example, a multi-crop thresher, the design will be given across the network in Nigeria. It is open and it is not copyrighted by anyone. It is group owned. We share it across all network fabricators across the 36 states of Nigeria. They, as a coalition, go for business. In recent times, the governor of Niger State, one of the north central states in Nigeria, made an order of 250 threshers from this group, and they delivered it in 3 months. No one fabricator could have been able to do that. But they were able to work together, deliver it to standard, so you can't figure out who made what because they had standardized the designs. And they supplied it and shared the money. Fundamentally, this group is making money and they love to come together because they can see that when they are together, they win. So they are able to co-create, design, produce their prototypes, and mass produce to scale. That is commercialization, my dear friends. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So for Greg, I'll talk about just 3 key areas. First is the industry brief sessions. So we've indicated that researchers have their own language in terms of research, from issues of research method and all those things. So we provided industry brief sessions where researchers shared various research they have conducted, innovations they brought to bear with industry. So the various trade associations and various industry players are brought in, and various researchers share what they have actually come out with in terms of innovations, research that they have done, and how it aligns with what industry are doing. So that industry explores ways, oh, I'm actually doing this. I didn't know there's already something that has been researched on, and this is the product that has been brought in. So can I probably test it or do proof of concept with it? So that brief session provides that opportunity. The other aspect is industry workshop for researchers. We always say that researchers need to let industry know what they are doing. But as we know, researchers have their language and all those things. So at this briefing, we actually train researchers that the big research that you have actually conducted, this is how to break it down for industry to understand in terms of industry briefs, in terms of how those research have business values in it. So researchers are trained in that way, so from the various universities and research institutions, so that they are able to break their research down for industry to also get it. The other aspect is also trying to establish technology transfer office, where researchers, when he finishes this research, be it from academic, probably he has to publish 20 to get to this promotion. So he has done 18. He wants to do the next 2. Then he said that try and commercialize the first 18 that you have done. It's taking time, so you want to move on to the next one. But trying to have technology transfer offices so that they can take it and do that brokerage, where research and those things that have been done, that have commercial issues in it, can be taken so that we move from that point to commercialization, getting IPs and all those things. So that is also being worked on. Then we also have the great platform where research, like one center, where various research, you can go and if you want any research, you will know. We have over 100 already uploaded and also actually be developed into briefs and sessions so that industry can also take it. So instead of searching from different areas, maybe Google and others, it's really there where you go there, you go to the great platform, and you can have all this research with industry briefs so that the industry can really get to that.
Thank you very much. I think, George, you can wrap it up for us.
Yes, I want to tell a story. So, a story of a town called Kede and the inequalities of global markets or global value chains. So Kede is a town where there's a huge producer of palm oil, Ghana Oil Palm Development Corporation or company. And there are small independent actors, rural women who also want to get palm oil and produce. Now, GeoPDC produces at large scale, so clearly they are not looking at these guys. But these guys who produce for our favorite gobe joint are producing, but the palm oil is coagulating. What we say in P, eda, because it has moisture in it. And so the women were putting something called Sudi, but the real name is Sudan 4. And people have gotten arrested. Ghana has been banned from exporting palm oil because of that. And we put together a team of young people working with professors in food science and engineering to come up with a solution to solve that. Today we have a solution of a dipstick that is able to measure the right temperature and moisture level with which the oil will not coagulate. But we realize that the problem Tessie talked about arises. How many of that can you produce in good time? Arose. So then another set of students came up with a solution, basic for rural markets, time to temperature, to be able to develop that kind of thing. And today, we have that in Kede. We've been able to bring together financiers, global capital from the US is in, local capital from Ghana is in, and of course, development partner capital to put up energy efficient systems. Ultimately, what is happening? Ghana is back on the export market. Already, I know that we are already going into Nigeria because the women are exporting palm oil into Nigeria. Palm oil is big in Nigeria. Now they are preparing for the EU market because they can produce in those quantities. And now the investors are also looking to put in machinery capital in forms that will compete with GeoPDC. We see how the fight turns out, but that's what Ring has been doing in terms of inclusivity. We've been doing some of that work in other areas, but I think that the Kede one exemplifies student work, faculty work, rural communities, hubs, and investors all coming together to solve the problem. We are here to see what the traditional authority will do for us, and we are waiting for our chiefs and queens.
Thank you very much. There's a lot to unpack when it comes to the role of networks. How do you attract your memberships? How do you monitor network health? What are the challenges when it comes to your ways of working, and how do you resolve that? But unfortunately, we've run out of time. So I'd like us to give a massive round of applause to our three panelists, Professor George Achampong, Dr. Tessel Nlaku, and Professor Ernest Asamoah.
Thank you so much. And please give a round of applause to our moderator, Mr. Gameli Ajaho from Riser Fund. Thank you very much, sir. Can I please have my production team removing the chairs for us, please? Oh, you have a presentation? No, go ahead, please. You came prepared for the presentation. Please go ahead. Can we have Mr. Gameli's presentation on the screen, please? And can we kindly move the chairs for him, please? Roland, can I ask your support in that? Perfect.
Please, no, it's just a one slide, so can you please go to the last slide? Anyway, so I just wanted to show a little bit, when we talk about partnerships and networks, we have a debate over what's a partnership and what's a network. We have more than 12 active running networks across the 6 participating RISA countries, but we also have a lot of partnerships that have been forged by our partners. And some of the initiatives that has been undertaken include capacity building, which was shared earlier. We've talked about knowledge or resource sharing, and they've talked about joint initiatives, for example, the actual process of production or fabrication done by these networks. We've also had networks facilitate funding for their partners. I just wanted to summarize some of the key points, some of which have emerged from the discussions that we've had, but we are also learning in terms of RISE's functionality. The reason why this is important is that when we are talking about research to commercialization, it's something that has to be intersectorial. And so these are lessons that we can all apply in our various initiatives. So early identification of diverse and relevant ecosystem actors is important because trust building takes time. Encouraging knowledge sharing and formalizing the network structures. So most of the networks started as informal arrangements, but the networks that did not put in the effort to formalize their operations often broke down over time because nobody takes them very seriously over time. Leveraging the use of technology and innovation, it goes without gainsaying. Capacity development support, very important because once you don't continue learning, you are not able to compete in today's world. In solutions to government priorities, we operate with a crowd that is often very private sector, individual focused, because oftentimes we think we can solve the problems that we face by ourselves. But for long-term systemic solutions, we've seen that networks that actually work hand in hand with government actors are able to achieve sustainable results. So thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the sessions. Yeah.
Thank you. I can take that. Thank you. So my question to RISA is, if anybody we're moving into the networking session, so if anybody is looking for more information, can they find you? No, we want to find you physically, not on your website. Once we have you here, we don't want to go to the website. No, but can they come to you for more information? For the purpose of yeah. Thank you, RISA team. All right, please, by show of hand, Mr. Christopher Latte, head of GET Center at MEST. Yes. So you are taking Bridging the Innovation Divide, Inclusive Innovation, Strengthening Gender Equality and Social Inclusion in Technology Transfer for Rural Development. Please wave at them so they know this is whom you go with if you're interested in the conversation on gender equality and social inclusion in technology transfer for rural development. Mr. Christopher Latte, thank you. Mr. Courage Asase, Director Research, Innovation, Policy, Ghana Hubs Network. Where are you, sir? Mr. Asase. Oh, there you are, sir. I'm so sorry. No, don't come to me. You could just wave. You could just wave, sir. Just wave. No, please get up and wave. So that they can see who you are and follow you for the breakout session. Can I please see Nana Boateng? Nana Boateng, Director Commercialization, Ghana Atomic Energy. Where are you, sir? Okay, wonderful. So he'll be taking breakout session, roundtable discussion on intellectual properties rights in Africa. So when we're done with this, what we're about to do, we move with the three gentlemen. Can we please, okay, this is where they are. The first session will be at Volta Hall, Bridging the Innovation Divide, Volta Hall, Cultivating an Innovation Entrepreneurship Culture, Maya Banquet Hall, and breakout session roundtable discussion, Pra Hall. So kindly choose which one you're most interested in. And the moment we leave here, kindly please don't stop. We move straight into the breakout sessions. But for now, I'd like to call the VP of Heritage Lab. I would also like to call the Heritage Lab team, and I would also like to call Madam Barbara Adu, Program Engagement Director. Please bring your teams on the stage. I would also like to call the Heritage Lab Strategy team. Where are you? Please, a round of applause for the individuals who have worked tirelessly to pull off Arics 2025. Guys, please smile, please smile, please smile. We know you've been working so hard. Please smile and don't hide at the back. If you know you need to be in the front, go in the front. Don't let me say certain things. Please smile to your audience. Mr. Oklu, the microphone is now yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to take this opportunity, now that we've gotten to the end of the Summit on Africa Research and Innovation Commercialization, I would like to take this opportunity to say a big, heartfelt thank you to all our speakers, to all our participants, and to our great organizers you see here. I think that this is something that has been very impactful for each and every one of us. Having together all the players in the ecosystem in one place for 2 days, deliberating on matters that concern research that's so important for the continent, but yet covered up in our research labs. Thinking of ways of unlocking this problematic to ensure that research that's so valuable to us become rather useful to us to make Africa great again. Thank you very much. You made this happen. I'd like to say a special thank you to our funders, RISA, and they've been really supportive. They've been more than funders, as our CEO said. They've really held our hands, and they're still holding our hands into the future. On behalf of myself, my CEO, who's not here with us, and my team, who really have made this happen, would like to say thank you very much. Yadamwa sepa midak bonami and let's keep the conversations flowing. Do share contacts and keep the conversations going. On our end, we would ensure that we take as much as contacts as possible and we continue the conversations online. There would be ministerial conclaves that we are going to organize. There would be engagements online through webinars before the next big engagement again. So expect to hear from us and do respond once you get our emails. And we want this conversation to be continuous until we start seeing changes on the continent. Thank you very much for your time.
How many of you in this room are below the age of 30? And be honest. I know you put your hand down. How many of you are below the age of 30? No, keep your hand up. How many of you are below the age of 25? Below the age of Mr. Kameli. Below the age of 20? No? Okay, below the age of 40 at least. So that's almost majority of this room. You don't have an excuse. What you need to get done is not Donald Trump's problem. I'm serious. Otherwise, when suddenly the big so-called big powers decide to take whatever they have away from us, we are helpless. It should never happen again. You shouldn't come up with excuse as because I don't have this and I don't have that. We are not only a generation of doers, we are a generation of change makers. And we have the most unique opportunity that those who came before us could only talk about. They couldn't actually do it because they didn't have the infrastructure. Now we are the generation that is building the infrastructure. So if you believe you are a research professional and you have something to offer, please don't sit and wait for somebody to discover you. Go out and discover who, where, what, so that you can make the change you are looking for. The quote-unquote developed world only cares how sexy Africa looks. They really don't care how you are able to achieve whatever you're achieving, as long as they have access to what you have that you don't even realize you have. And the more they have access to that, the more me and you are redundant. They can do whatever it is that we're doing. They have the technology, but you can't sit back and say, well, because I wasn't given A, I cannot do A. You have more than the world even has. The moment you discover exactly what you have is the moment real change begins. And remember, the change you are looking for is not somebody else's problem. It is your problem. So kindly, let's take the conversations that we're having here and let's move with them. Let's please network, find out who can fund you. How do I apply for a fund? How do I apply? How do I create opportunities for myself so that in 10 or 15 years, when Arics has migrated somewhere else, we can lay claim that in March of 2025, we talked about this and we effected it. That's all we want you to do. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for the team that has made this happen. Very young men and women, with the exception of KO. KO and I are the same age. We're closer to 50 than we look. They've made it happen with resources that they don't really have. So you can also make it happen with resources that you do have. My name is Anita Erskine, and we're now moving into the network session. Please don't go home. I know you've had wache, jollof, banku, tilapia. Some of you are even going back for seconds. That's fine. No judgment. I see, I don't judge. But please, or do I? But please, kindly, we've created the breakout sessions for you. Please, all we ask is one more hour of your time. And until we see you at Arics 2026, let us make Africa the Africa that our great-grandfathers would have loved to see. God bless you all. Oh, and of course, a round of applause for the breeze. A round of applause for the technical team at the back. A round of applause. Roland, where are you? A round of applause for, he's going to eat. Where did you go? Banco and Tilapia. For the teams that we don't see, we don't hear, but then we walk in here and everything is fine. Thank you all so much. God bless you. Now let's move into networking. All right. Breeze, some music. Two, three. Ladies and gentlemen, the entrepreneurship culture, cultivating an innovation entrepreneurship culture from mindset to market, it's actually here. This is the Maya Banquet Hall. So please, if you're staying here, if you want the cultivating an innovation entrepreneurship culture, you are in this room. Thank you.
It's working. Good evening. Good afternoon, good evening. Please, can we move forward and have a very compact setting? It's a fireside conversation. So it's going to be very intimate. It's not a panel. We're having, yes, please. So you can occupy the front seat. You are all VIPs. Madam VIP. Bosu. Thank you so much. And we hope to make this particular breakout session very exciting and engaging. We have 45 minutes to put together a very exciting conversation. I will be the one moderating, but Sharif will be giving the entire thought piece as an industry expert. And when in time, I can reach out to the audience to also contribute. Before we start this particular speaker session, my name is Arics. I work for the Ghana Hubs Network as Director for Policy and Research, and I also serve on the Arics committee that put together this exciting event. I have here Mr. Sharif. I would like him to introduce himself. Thank you.
All right, so my name is Sharif from the Ghana Chamber of Young Entrepreneurs. I'm a tech entrepreneur and an innovation and startup ecosystem enabler in Ghana. Been supporting startups and young entrepreneurs for the past 10 years, leading most of national programs. One of them is the Young Entrepreneurs and Startup Support Fund, where we give funding to young entrepreneurs. We did it with the European Union. I also lead the ecosystem as a co-chairperson, working on the Ghana Innovation and Startup Bill that we are hoping that when it passed this year, is going to put in place certain incentive framework for startups and young entrepreneurs in Ghana. But as we get along, we'll share more.
All right, thank you very much. Before we start, I also want to know the composition of those who are seated here. I want to see those who are startup founders. If you run a startup yourself, please raise up your hand so that we can contextualize the conversation. Yes, let's get up for them. Let me see those who are fund managers. If you manage any fund, you give support to startups. Is there any fund manager? Let's clap for our boss. Let me see those who are from the field of policy, research, R&D. Anybody who is having a background in policy, research, R&D. Yes, let's good. And what about our friends from design thinking, startup support? Wonderful. So you can all see that this is a very rich audience, and Mr. Sharif will be the best person to make justice to our topic. I'll start the conversation with Mr. Sharif. There's been a lot of conversations in the past 3 or 4 years about the role of innovation hubs in Ghana. We've had quite close to 80 hubs across the length and breadth of Ghana. In Accra alone, we have the likes of Impact Hub Accra, we have MEST Africa, we have Ghana Tech Lab, we have Kumasi Hive in Kumasi, we have iCode in Takrady, Hopin Academy, iSpace. However, the disappointment in the industry is that the amount of support in terms of what startups get from market research, commercialization, and being able to thrive after 3 years, there's not been any real tangibles. If you look at the number of hubs and then the number of market-ready startups that we've seen in Ghana compared to other countries like Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya, and Rwanda, what do you think accounts for this disparity in hubs coming up and then the quality of startups that we get on our market?
Thank you very much. That's a very critical question. Remember, he's from the Hub Network, and he has asked a very passionate man to talk about such a very important topic. So we need to go back to the drawing board.
There is no successful ecosystem without incubation hubs. Ghana is one of the countries in Africa that is very successful with having incubation hubs. Places where startups can go, have their ideas incubated or assimilated, especially with their business. Ghana is one of them and is leading, and we are doing well. I remember I was at DRC Congo for the African Smart City Conference, and we were praised for that. But comparing it to the output we are getting, that is the disappointing area. You have over 80 hubs, and that is just by private sector. Government itself has a lot of incubation hubs, and not just incubation hub. We even have associations like the Ghana Chamber of Young Entrepreneurs and the rest. And still, we haven't been able to say, this is the unicorn or a big startup like Flutterwave, like Paystack, that Ghana is able to churn out. That's why I say, let's go back to the drawing board. First of all, who set up a hub? Is it somebody that should be knowledgeable in knowing how to support a business, or somebody that should be experienced in being able to support businesses grow? Don't answer, I'll answer myself. We have a lot of hubs and even trade associations that are started by persons who themselves have no knowledge in business. They haven't run even a single portmanteau business like selling. They haven't. But they are running a hub that they say that I would be able to teach you how to become a successful startup. We have people running associations where they themselves have never run a single business. The point is that we have to be honest. Business is different from politics, right? People are taught and they learn on politics. But when it comes to business incubation and support, you need to walk the talk. If you don't know how to run a business yourself, may have failed to see what it takes to run a successful business and fail, you can't teach another person. You are a learner. But we have hubs and associations that are run by people who don't have any experience. How do you expect them to be able to churn out startups that are unicorns? The other thing is that you have hubs that are all struggling for fund because they don't have anywhere that they are getting their funds from. So the best you can do is to get funds to do programs. And your program's limit is only to train 20 startups. I sat on the World Bank Grant Committee that gave hubs a lot of money. But even with that program, we only ask you guys to train 20 startups. Yes, you keep on training. Our problem is that we do a lot of capacity building and training. Yes, it's good for entrepreneurs and startups, but you just don't train people and leave them there. They need the tools to go to the market. If I train you how to become a good business person, I train you how to become an accountant, I train you on all the things you need on business, but I don't give you the funding to market, then I'm just building your capacity to be good for nothing. And that is what we face in Ghana. So the hubs keep training and training and training, but there is no follow-up support. Because one, central government that is supposed to support them, give you the necessary funding and support to grow from the training, they don't get it. The funding from the development partners have a limitation, which is that train them. And they need the report to say we have trained 200 startups. And so what? 200 and none of them is in the market. There are a lot of them, but let me share this few as we get along.
All right, thank you. I'm sure the audience is noting down a lot of questions, and when the time comes, we'll ask. But are you admitting right now that the hub model of incubating and accelerating startups has failed, and so we should adopt a new model? I know that in other countries like South Africa, there's an in-house venture model where they've tried, they've tested, and it looks like it's working for them. Does that mean that in Ghana we should do away with our traditional incubator accelerator model that we've known for a very long time? Is that an admission? Then secondly, you talked about the scope and then the issue of funding. Are you suggesting that the primary reason why we are not able to compete in terms of the quality of startups to other countries or other developed economies like Nigeria is because there is no viable funding options in Ghana? Two questions for you.
So I don't think the current model of our hubs innovation incubation should be scrapped. Actually, they are playing a key role looking at the micro end of startup development. I think rather collaboration is what we should be asking for. Because on solid grounds, what our incubation hubs do is, as compared to others, it is quite huge. I have been to several incubation hubs in Ghana and partnered with them on programs. And you see that the curriculum in which and the models they use for our startups is awesome. Unfortunately, the point I'm saying is that when you train somebody or incubate me, I have an idea, you incubate the idea to become a very solid startup. And that is just all. Government is not interested in taking your output and say, you have trained 20 startups, right? You are sure they are solid, right? Take 10 million, invest in them, guide them to become unicorns. That is where the missing link is. It is not that what you guys put out or the hubs put out there is totally not good. It is amazing. I have seen hubs that are built local startup entrepreneurs that are doing well. Unfortunately, it's just within their locality. And for startup, you should be scalable. You should be innovative based and you should leverage technology, right? How can we ensure that they are growing out of their locality to serve the rest of the larger market? That is what we are looking at. And then to your second question, for funding is always a big issue in all the areas. Funding for hubs to groom startups and funding for the startup themselves to start up. It's not there. And so what we need is rather financial models that can allow startup tap into a fund. Let me give an example. On the Ghana Innovation and Startup Bill we are working on, we have identified that funding to startups and even incubation hubs is nothing to write home about. So we are proposing the Ghana Innovation and Startup Fund. It's a fund that we want it to be one of the biggest in Ghana, where an incubator can tap into to get funding to run incubation program, where a startup can tap into to get funding to start, grow, and scale their business. Because we do not have dedicated financing model for startups, that is where we fail. And let me be controversial here. We have a lot of funding too in the market, but the problem is they are scattered. JICA does startup fund. Total, the 4 station or whatever you call it, Total Energies, they have their startup fund. A plethora of them in the market. But the problem with Ghana is that we have startup entrepreneurs that know how to pitch their ideas, and everywhere they are there to take the money. Because they are good and our system don't talk, we don't have a centralized data point. I don't know you, whether I'm a judge, I sit on the program, you send your pitch, you are solid, I give you money. Because he doesn't know you, you go to their program and get the same. So at the end of the day, a lot of funding, but we are giving to one specific or a group of persons, and that is why we don't see the impact. Aside from having a dedicated fund, what we need is a centralized data point. So whatever you are training, the startup you are training, you upload them into the point. Whatever funding they get, there's a record on that. If I go to that portal and pull, let's say, whatever Sheriff Gali Tech Company, I should see that Sheriff Gali Tech Company had a funding from these people on this day. So that I don't keep on repeating and giving the small funding we have to the same person all the time. So that is what we need, a dedicated funding, and I hope the bill, all of you support the Ghana Innovation Bill. The current Minister for Communication has indicated that by June, he will be tabling it before Parliament. All of you as ecosystem should support it. If that bill is passed, Ghana will definitely have a fund that is dedicated to innovation and startup development. Then aside that, one of us should take the initiative to have a data point that can gather all the information of startups in Ghana and share with almost everybody, so we avoid the duplication and the one-sided funding in Ghana.
Can do better. All right, so Mr. Sheriff is throwing a challenge to us all, someone among the crowd. Please help us design or build a platform that can be able to have access to all pitching opportunities, current ones, past ones, who has won what, so that if we hear of any opportunity, we can know who has won, so that the same people do not continue to churn out the same stories and win the limited monies we have in the ecosystem. Do you agree on that? Do you agree on that? All right. Following up on the startup conversation, Mr. Sharif, I want to ask a very controversial question. Do we have unicorns in Ghana? We've been doing this for the past 6, 7, 8 years, 9 years. I remember the first meeting to set up the Ghana Hubs Network was in Laboni, in the old iSpace building. Around 2017, we are in 2025. Do you think that all our efforts combined, if not, what do we need to do to get there, to have at least one or two? I would make reference to the Nigerian ecosystem. Just last 2 years, in the spirit of last 2 years, we have Flutterwave becoming a unicorn, we have Paystack becoming a unicorn, and then we have MoneyPoint becoming a unicorn. As I speak right now, there is Cowrie Rice on the way to becoming a unicorn. So I can give you 4 unicorns in Nigeria. Do we have 1 unicorn in Ghana? If not, what is happening?
So as a patriotic Ghanaian and an honest person, depending on the definition of a unicorn, I'm sure you are looking at the global accepted one. I will not follow that. Because if you look at the strength of our businesses and what you can call a uniform, how skilled they are, the number of employees, the revenue, I think we can also clap for ourselves that we have few of them. So Ghana, clap for yourself. Or I should name them. ZPay is one of them. ZPay is looking to extend into the other African countries, and that qualifies them to be one. Aside ZPay, we have a Trotro Tractor. It's a Ghanaian startup that was supported by the Cosmos Innovation Center, and now they are in almost about 5 to 6 African countries. We can talk of a lot of them. I am trying to say this so we just don't run down our own system, because we cannot compare to Flutterwave, Paystack, and the rest at the moment. But I think ZPay is doing that, and everywhere you go, we use ZPay as one example. Haptel is also growing, and I believe that per the number of people engaged, the employment and the revenue they are making in, Haptel can also be qualified as a unicorn. But remember, if you are using the international accepted definition of a unicorn, and there we don't have yet. But if you are taking the Ghanaian patriotic definition of a unicorn, we have some.
Patriotic definition. All right, yes. Thank you. So you are saying that internationally, if we are sticking to the valuation of a startup being valued close to $1 billion,
yeah.
$1 billion, sorry, we are not yet there. But if you are looking inwards, as you define as a patriotic,
yes.
a patriotic approach,
we are
trying.
It's a political answer.
All right. The pitch platforms. I'm not so sure even if we have a dedicated funding in the current startup bill that the ecosystem